will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
And we have somebody in the audience that's going to help us with the pledge. Let me grab this microphone. Captain Rivas and I will say the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. And before she sits down, we are honored to have Captain Rivas lead us in the pledge. And I just want to share that Captain is retiring from Galveston County Sheriff's Department after 33 years of service. Yes, and 19 years here in Clear Creek ISD. Her retirement there necessitates her leaving us. So I just want to first of all thank you for all of your service, not only to us, but to the county, to Galveston County. We are absolutely And those of y'all that know Captain, she is and I told her when she talked to me, I said, you are a role model for all of us. Respect, responsibility, and I'll say anybody in here that's ever seen her get really angry, raise your hand. She does, I promise you. She is calm and cool under pressure, like nobody that I've ever seen, and just helps us get through so many things. We are so honored to have worked with you. Thank you so much. And best wishes on your new adventures.
And next, Dr. Engel, if you'll provide us with the district update.
Absolutely. We're excited about that. I think we have a little graphic, and so we'll kind of talk through this just a little bit. Our calendar may register July, but we are so excited about August and August 16th and welcoming our kids back. We're very, very excited. We spent the last 2 days last week getting ready for kids with our adults, our leadership. So we had some inspiration as well as some information that we're going to disseminate back to our teachers and staff when they come in. What happened the last couple of days is we set the tone and we set the direction for where we were going in the district. And it's absolutely critical that we set that first with the leadership, and then we take that back to the campuses. So our focus this year, you'll see on the screen, people, purpose, and promise. We have really talked about people, as in our people are the heart of our core values. And we talk about core values, we live core values. We say we walk the talk and we talk the walk. Caring, trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, and citizenship. It's so important that we model these, and we talked about that at our retreat with our team. Moving beyond that, our purpose is our DNA. Our purpose is who we are, our beliefs, and the DNA of really our core beliefs. And if you would indulge me, I'd really like to read those. In Clear Creek ISD, we believe everyone deserves to be physically and emotionally safe. Each child's voice deserves to be heard. Strength is character is a hallmark of growth and learning. Trust, compassion, and respect are essential to positive relationships. Parents, community, and school have a shared responsibility for the education of our youth. There is a collective moral imperative to invest in each person's capacity for growth and excellence. Determination, perseverance, and resilience lead to achievement. Inclusivity creates unity. Service before self strengthens community, and an innovative mindset is essential for future success. That's our DNA, and that's what we believe, and that's who we are. And finally, we take our people, our purpose, and our promise. And our promise is our promise to our community. This is our mission, that we will ensure that each student achieves, contributes, and leads with integrity in a safe and nurturing learning environment. And we can go through authentic relationships, service before self, and what we love, a spirit of exploration, which kind of defines our community, and that's who we are. So we talked about this. We connected our people, our purpose, and our promise to some professional learning. We talked about our why, we talked about safety, we did some listening sessions. We really spent some time preparing our leadership for what they need to take back to the campuses. And what I'd like to focus finally on, these guiding principles, people, purpose, and promise, what we're asking our leaders and ultimately every employee in Clear Creek ISD to ask these three questions of the decisions that they make. People, does it align with our core values? Does that decision align with the core values of Clear Creek ISD? Purpose, does our decision support our beliefs and our why, which we just read? And promise, does it move our mission forward to help children achieve, contribute, and lead with integrity? So that is where we ended. We're preparing the next couple of weeks. We welcome our new teachers next week, and we welcome our returning teachers the following week, and our children after that. So we're very excited about our upcoming school year and look forward to continued preparations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Engel. Next, we'll move on to item 7, community input. The purpose of community input is for the entire board to receive feedback from citizens. The board will hear the public comments but will not respond except as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act to respond to an inquiry by a member of the public or by a board member with a statement of specific factual information, recitation of existing policy, or to deliberate a proposal to place a subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. Matters brought forth that require a response will be addressed by the superintendent as appropriate. All information received is subject to verification. Community input is scheduled for 30 minutes and has 2 forums. Those requesting to address the board in advance of the meeting are granted 3 minutes to address their topics, and those who sign up this evening prior to 6:30 are granted 1 minute. In a district our size, there will certainly be issues or topics which will understandably generate considerable interest from the public. It is important that members of our community be able to address the school board respectfully, without disruption, and without fear of intimidation from other attendees. On behalf of the board, the superintendent, and CCISD staff, we welcome your input during CCISD school board meetings. We request that everyone exhibit the respect and understanding each person rightfully deserves when addressing the school board during the public input portion of the meeting. And we have 5 speakers tonight. Our first speaker is Ms. Jackie Rasco, followed by Bettina Ellison.
Good evening, Dr. Engel. Welcome. It's very nice to see your positive voice and vibe, and I appreciate that. I'm here as a very concerned parent who's been here for months, speaking now. Everyone wants to talk about, that's on the agenda, who's paying for whose lawyer, which I do totally have an opinion on. But come on, CCISD, offering to pay for an individual trustee's lawsuit is completely illegal. I was in an election recently for city council. If my election had been challenged, I would have never dreamt of the city paying for my defense because it's a private lawsuit. They are not named, and CCISD is not named a named party in the lawsuit. Trying to make the city pay for that would be corruption and a complete misuse of tax dollars. What you're alleging to do here is not only unethical, it's illegal. I don't even need to say any more about this. Actually, what I'd like to discuss is the root of this problem, and that is CCISD running their own elections. There have been so many discrepancies in this election. It is shameful and embarrassing. Let me remind you, almost 400 mail-in ballots were rejected on election night. Mail-in ballots are typically canvassed as they come in to give the voter an opportunity to correct their ballot if need be. Different ballots were sent to different districts. School board mail-in ballots were somehow incorrectly sent to Seabrook City Council election address, which was in my election. A legitimate poll watcher was denied entry, and who knows what else went wrong. Last year, they said it was more cost-saving to run their own elections, as I'm talking about CCISD. You add up hiring election workers, which, by the way, are a majority of CCISD employees. Where is the transparency in that? And then the expense of new voting machines, and then sending out cards to voters, which cost over $50,000 alone, and the cost of the district time being spent on elections instead of their regular jobs. The numbers no longer work in our favor. You have 100% proved incompetent. The only reason you do not want to hand it over to a more professional entity is a parent. You'd want to cheat. America has woken up. We have seen 2,000 mules. We have seen how the elections are stolen. There's very credible evidence that the massive amount of mistakes that happened here was either complete incompetence or malice. It's one of the two, period. You want to give Williamson a $200,000 severance pay as a superintendent emeritus for the next 6 months, just so he can be vested in the state's retirement system. Everyone, please pay attention to what's going on here. And you're worried about saving a few dollars to have the election run properly? This is the least you could do. The elections need to be run by the county clerks, like most of the other districts in the area. There is no reasons why you should continue to use our taxpayers' money to completely make a mess of the elections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rasco. Next, Ms. Bettina Ellison, followed by Lisa Kudnick.
I was going to start with the topic of who's paying for the lawsuit. However, whenever I got home today, I received a letter, registered, certified, from Rogers, Morris, and Grover. What I requested from CCISD was Eric Williams' performance review and the result of the audit. This is something that we pay for as taxpayers. This needs to be shown to the people who are paying this man's salary. This shows a huge lack of transparency, and it breaks my heart that this is where we are at in CCISD. But I guess it's not surprising, especially with what we've been at for 2 years. This is the second time that we have had people speak about our elections, about the validity of them. So, Mr. Cunningham, I guess it's not over. Because after I have looked at the lawsuit, after I have looked at all of the exhibits, it looks like there's a pretty good case that we will be seeing a new election. Now, with that being said, we have to look at what the law actually states that you are allowed to do. You are not allowed to abuse your official capacity. You are not allowed to pay for something that does not benefit this school district. And this does not. This is a civil suit between two contestants. Each should pay their own. I would also remind you that, and here we go with, I don't know if this is board privilege or what, but on CCISD's website, there was a whole thing discussing election litigation. On our election page, it was there, and then it was removed. And it speaks to the fact that we're going to pay $25,000 so we can have somebody that is a contestant that has questionable election counting. We're going to spend that money on that, and it's highly illegal. We really need to get back to having our county run our election. It's much easier for people to go to one place when we hold these elections. It also would cost us far less money.
Thank you, Ms. Ellison.
Hello, my name is Lisa Kutnak. As a taxpayer and parent of 3 children in CCISD, I believe the district has the right and responsibility to protect and defend the May School Board election against the frivolous lawsuit brought against Mrs. Checo by Misty Dawson. This is not a suit brought of action by 2 candidates. Regardless of tonight's outcome, the district is involved. They will have to defend these allegations, and it will cost the district time, effort, and taxpayer dollars to defend its election. We cannot allow the candidate with access to the most money to bully anyone who wants to serve on our board. If we do, we will be at risk of scaring away qualified individuals who prioritize our children's best interest over partisan politics from running for our school board in the future. This CCISD needs to be proactive in the outcome of this lawsuit and not limit the district's ability to defend itself. If CCISD is not, it sets a precedent for every race in the future that someone with money and backing from a PAC will always cry foul if they are not successful in getting elected. This should not be a political decision, but a decision made by the team before us, based on what is best for the district and our children. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Kutnik. Marissa Levitt, followed by Ruth Meyer.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Levitt, and I have 3 children in CCISD. My husband and I decided to live in this district 13 years ago because of the exemplary status of CCISD. Over the years, we have come to the conclusion that CCISD is not what we expected. We were under the impression that this district would teach our children, not indoctrinate them. With that being said, we have had teachers at our elementary school, Ed White, bring in books to their classroom libraries that talk about Harvey Milk and other inappropriate things. Do you know who Harvey Milk was? He was a gay politician in the 70s that drugged and raped underage boys. Why would a kindergarten teacher need to talk about Harvey Milk to 5- and 6-year-olds? Think about that. We have a teacher at the same elementary school that promotes the Marxist agenda of Black Lives Matter and made her students who were just in 5th grade, my son, write book reports on this. We have a librarian who makes collages and posts them outside of the library hall that shows books about Harvey Milk, transgenderism, BLM, and so forth. After we asked to have that taken down, she replaced it with books about President Trump, the Bible, and hunting with guns. That's obviously passive aggressiveness and petty. Why does there always have to be some sort of an agenda? Why can't these teachers and administrators remain neutral? I have spoken to plenty of parents and teachers who also believe this is wrong and do not want their children or students exposed to this at school. I don't care what or how you believe, but leave that stuff at the door when you come to work to teach children. Teachers should be there to teach academics, and administrators should be there to support students, not push any agenda that they see fit. When will you start holding teachers and administrators accountable for their irresponsible actions? I'm only speaking of what I see at the elementary level. Look into the intermediate schools and the high schools. It's much worse. I will close with this. It is not your job, not the librarian's job, not the principal's job, or anyone outside of our family's job to teach our children about these issues. It is our job as parents to teach our children about these types of social issues. We teach our children to love and respect everyone, but for you to think that you or anyone else has jurisdiction over our children, you don't. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Levitt. Ms. Meyer?
Hello, I'm here again to address the funding for aquatics. Aquatics covers men's polo, men's swim, women's swim, and dive, which is currently only women's. That is 3 sports, 2 sexes, both varsity and junior varsity. That is up to 10 teams per school. This year at Creek, it will only be 7. It has 1 line for entry fees for all of them. 1. It's a budget of $1,000 per school. This year, the first year that polo is UIL, $900 of that will be spent by September 1st, before a swimmer has a meet or a diver jumps off a board or polo is over. I told you of this deficit last year. 5 years ago, parents were still paying for students to attend state polo. We were assured last year that the aquatics budget would be increased. The Booster Club was informed today that we needed to adjust our budget, as the board had already voted against increasing this budget. Women's basketball does not share a budget line with men's basketball. Aquatics has 1 line for 3 sports with 2 sexes. We have been told that even though there is an AD agreement for how much we pay for each event, the district and board chooses not to fund what our AD agreed to. I was told point blank that the entry fees were a Booster Club issue. This is the cost for our athletes attending and competing, not for food, not for super buses, not for equipment, just to attend. And we will be out of money by September 1st. Well, Creek's Booster Club will be able to pay for this, not all the schools will. I am asking once again that you increase each school's aquatics budget to cover at least entry fees. If your athletic director negotiated the price, the district should pay for it. On another note, the stipends paid to coaches should be looked at. There is no way an assistant coach in any sport should be paid more than a head coach in another. I will be addressing this separately. We have had this deficit always, and we were told it was because water polo wasn't UIL. It is now. It should be funded. While I'm here, I would also like to comment on the election. The district should be paying for this lawsuit without question, and I'll tell you why. The lawsuit is complaining about what the district did during an election, not what a candidate did. Candidates do not count votes. They do not decide when to open ballots. The remedies sought by the lawsuit, which would be a new election, would be required of the district, not a candidate. The district should defend what it did correctly or incorrectly, not the candidate, who should not bear that expense. If every election results in a lawsuit for the winner, then no one will ever run for this board again. Also, Ms. Dawson did not even take the first remedy available to her, which would have been a recount. That is why the district should be paying for anyone's lawsuit, for any one of you, for any election that they are in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. The board will go back into closed session after the presentation on personalized learning. So we will move down to item number 9, consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
I would like to remove item 13 from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Anyone else? Give you a minute. Anyone else?
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
I move that we pass the consent agenda with the exception of item 13.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Bowen. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion passes unanimously. And Mr. Bowen, start us off with number 13, please.
Sure. So item number 13 addresses and I'll scroll to it here. It is ILA CTPA vendor Franklin Covey. And this covers the contract for Leader in Me for the next 3 years. And so I'd like to ask a couple of questions about that to, I guess, whoever wants to step forward.
I think
All
Ms.
right.
Hughes will take that, absolutely.
Folks in the audience, depending on your question, Mr. Owen.
All right, well, my question is more around the finances. I know this is stated to be paid out of both the general fund and grant funds from the foundation and community, and so what is the breakdown of this $450,000 between those two entities?
And it is and has been a compilation of multiple funds between federal funds through donations and local funds. At this point, we have donations that range over, and pledges over time in the past have been over $700,000 from different entities. As you know, we've sought, and I know you're all aware of the visits, but through the Education Foundation, our PTAs, our supporters from the City of Webster, Kemah, Clear Lake Shores, Seabrook, Nassau Bay, Seabrook Rotary, Space Center Rotary, and Houston Methodist. They cover the majority of those funds for the campus. The exact breakdown, Alice, I know you can, Ms. Benzai, sorry, can also speak to those, but the pledges that we have forward, it's about 70% of
Right, so,
an estimation of funds donated.
yes, so we have about 269,000 that we are utilizing between the foundation, the funds that are still remaining from the donations that we've received from the foundation. The district has $50,000 per year built into the general fund budget that we utilize to cover part of these costs as well. And then there's small amounts that the campuses will use from either their federal fund dollars, if they're a title school, or their local budgets to cover.
And just to speak to those funds that are budgeted, those budgeted may be under supplies that are already allocated into their supply budgets, and that may be a portion that heads towards that, the Leader in Me cost.
Okay, so I guess just to clarify for me, because I know we always run into this issue with contracts, where there's the contract and then there's
Yes.
what's actually budgeted. So the general fund allocation in the past and that we're planning for is $50,000 a year.
Correct.
And so the remainder of that would either come from the Education Foundation or local funds, or which sounds like donations, right?
Yes, sir, and that, we go out and meet with folks who are willing to donate to and our funders in the past, and those do funnel through the Education Foundation and back to the cost
Okay,
of this.
but it
Yes.
could conceivably also be at the individual school.
Yes.
Okay, and
Our
then
PTAs have been involved as well heavily.
okay. Now, are we creating an expectation for PTAs at these individual schools to fund Leader in Me?
We have asked a small portion of parent support and PTAs to be invested in this journey forward, because there is parent education involved as well, but that is not a firm commitment by any school that we have a dollar amount set to them. But we do ask for them to partner into this as one of their expense items that could be considered at a PTA level.
Okay. And then the rest of that comes from federal funds or would just not be spent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that answers my question.
Okay.
Thank you. And Mrs. Hughes, could you speak to the Leader in Me program, just the benefits, why our donors donate and
Absolutely, absolutely. I can speak to certainly how Dr. Engel started our meeting with our people, our purpose, and our promise. This is a pathway that supports that work and is focused on building a culture within the school. And I know we've had you out, many of you, to come out to visit and see that, Mr. Larson. I know that you've been out to visit our schools. We've had folks from the continent, from Canada this past spring, from across the state of Texas. Most school districts visited our campuses as well as our community to see our students find their voice, to find their leadership, to find their activism, and to be able to speak up and utilize the habits as a tool to find their path forward, and taking ownership of their learning academically, as well as making an impact in their community. That's truly what it's about, that creating that culture and supporting the environment for that.
Ms. Hughes, do you know how many students have gone through Leader in Me since we've implemented it at our schools?
Well, I can tell you that we started at 2016 at Falcon Pass Elementary was our first school. Certainly, each year since we serve about 8,500 or more students. So my mathematicians, Mr. Larson, quick
Well,
math.
it's kind of tough because, we didn't
The
have it in as
education.
many schools to start with.
Agreed.
But I would probably guess several tens of thousands by now.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. I just know that that's
Yeah.
it's a discussion we've had before, but the impact has been great and mighty across our schools. It's been amazing to see our high school students who've gone through the program come back and support our elementary schools, even as they grow in those habits over time.
Thank you.
And I will say, Mr. Larson and myself had a chance to walk through Armand Bayou, and it was very impressive, just the job board, the direction of the children from K all the way up through, fifth grade, and, being able to observe some of the classrooms and some of the things that were going on. It
We're
was pretty
thankful.
impressed, and I know the parents and some of the other community members that were with us remarked about how that didn't seem like an elementary, that seemed like an intermediate school.
We saw
So-
a lot of great things happening even in kindergarten, and I appreciate every board member coming out to visit on the different occasions. We were able to open up classrooms and visits this spring, and we'll continue to do that in the upcoming year, so we can have more of you out to visit. But it's exciting to see what's possible.
I want to come back and do the morning announcements.
Yeah.
I wanted to say, I've heard a number of negative things in the community about this program, and I really would like to invite everybody who has concerns to please come out to one of our Leader in Me schools, take a look at the kids, take a look at what's on the walls, take a look around, educate yourself, and see what's really going on out there. It may not be what you've saw on TV or whatever, wherever you found it.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I really do appreciate you having time and spending time with kids and listening to them.
Yeah, I was pretty amazed going through the school just to see in each classrooms, the teacher teaching, but you've got all kids on the floor over here working in a group and kids over there at desks working in a group. That's how the teachers can teach at different levels, is when you have the kids that take on that leadership role to educate themselves and others. I was really, really impressed. The students that I saw at the grade level were not the students of the grade level of my day. They're definitely far advanced.
I really appreciate the time you invested in seeking that out and visiting. They're so proud to share their goals, and they have many of them. They're very aware of their progress, and they're very invested in their work. So thank you for naming that. We appreciate that very much.
Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, and I just guess, since this is and I share those feelings as well. I think
I think that nationwide, this program has sometimes come under criticism, but we really have to look at how it's implemented in CCISD. And I think it's been pretty impressive. I just want to make sure that we have a clear plan for funding it, and it sounds like we do. I mean, we're entering into a 3-year contract of $450,000, $269,000 from donations that are already committed, $150,000 over 3 years from district funds. That leaves a gap of about $31,000, which it sounds like will mainly be covered through Title I funds. So I want to be sure that we're not going to be hitting up PTAs and parents to pay for the rest of this, because I know some of these things can get pretty expensive. So we have a clear funding plan in place. Let's not go beyond that and make this into a hardship for individual schools and parents.
I hear you. Thank you, Ms. Rowan.
And I'd just like to say something on that as well. So it's hard to believe it's been here for 7 years now. I mean, we're starting our 7th year. I was on the board of the foundation when we started it.
That's right.
And it's awesome to see how much it's expanded through the district. I hope going forward, so that there's not concerns about what the PTA and everyone else can do, that the district leadership is saying, what can we do to keep the program going? And, you know, if it becomes a financial hardship, in the last 7 years, we've learned a lot. And these kids, how they learn, how they organize, how they think forward, you know, begin with the end in mind, right? It's all those things. And that's what we need to do with this program. And figure out how we keep it in the district for as long as possible for the kids that start the elementary, go to the intermediate, and carry it on to high school. Because whether it's friendship benches or making the announcements, it's all those things that these students in our district are uniquely getting that they're not in other districts, and it makes us great. So
I'm glad you named that. Our students are gifted. They all have gifts and unique leadership gifts, and this is a way that we can all find avenues of how to support them in that work. So thank you for naming that.
thank you.
Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve the award of ILA CTPA vendor Franklin Covey for a total estimated expenditure of $450,000 for the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025.
Thank you for that motion, Mr.
I'd
Bowen.
like to
Do I have
second that.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously. And next, we'll move on to item B, consider approval of an amendment to the 2021-2024 interlocal government agreement for the school liaison officer program.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We have a couple of agenda items, action items tonight, but we wanted to give a quick update on all the activities we've been doing, working with our maintenance and facilities department, safe schools department, really trying to get a lot of the things that came up in the sprint group, as well as TEA requirements underway and getting prepped for the start of school. As you may recall, we had a sprint group recently that had three main ideas that came out of that sprint group with specific recommendations. Those three main ideas are school security staffing, identifying and responding to potential threats, and technology and security systems. Tonight, we're going to focus on school security staffing and technology and security systems because they're most directly related to the agenda items.
So, thank you, first of all. Obviously, on the first thing we see up there is the SLO staffing. We're going to come to you tonight for your consideration for 5 additional SLOs at the elementary to be able to increase presence at the elementary campuses. Excuse me. But in terms of the personnel for staffing, sometimes we're able to utilize other aspects of it. So I wanted to give you guys an update about the safety training. We just got done with our admin mini camp, and all the administrators were trained in the safety protocols, current, previous, and what we're planning on moving forward. They're going to bring that back to their staff to be able to train all their staff. All their staff will be trained before the start of the school year. In addition, substitutes have been trained, student interns have been trained. The last substitute training will be tomorrow. Those are the new ones. All the returning substitutes have been trained. Our support services have been trained in our safety protocols. Child nutrition, transportation, maintenance and operation. Crossing guards will be trained. The monitors, security monitors. So everyone that has interaction with our students will be trained in our safety protocols. Currently, our standard response protocols and the expectations that we've spoke about at the last meeting moving forward. The accountability was brought up. You can't have the accountability without the expectation. So the very clear district expectation and what we want to move forward with policy has been stated to the staff and everyone that's been trained. Moving forward, they are going to be held accountable once training is done to follow those policies and procedures. We have fidelity metrics in place to follow up on those and documentation of those metrics. So moving forward, we will have the expectation, everyone, the fidelity to follow up, and the metrics to account for that. The last one, the community outreach program, we're going to establish as through recommendations of the watchdog at the elementary. Everyone's back now. COVID's not a situation that is affecting us like it used to. So we want to promote the watchdog program. Obviously, we're going to speak about some great recommendations that y'all made about that we have consistency in the expectation of the people of the watchdogs. The campuses are on the same page, what we want to ask of the watchdogs and how we can utilize them moving forward. We want those watchdogs to be trained in our safety protocols. That hadn't been the case in the past. That led us to another aha moment was, well, if the watchdogs are going to be trained, why aren't all volunteers trained? That is the protocol moving forward. We're in the process of developing that and a platform to do that. So when people want to apply to be a volunteer, there's a training aspect that they're going to have to go through before they're approved, which comes through multiple offices, to be approved as a volunteer, which we're also going to ask the watchdogs to do as well. And we're going to also look at the ability to incorporate the watchdogs at the secondary level, to see what that is, what that would look like, to get the input from the administrators from the secondary level, and to just to look at the program itself. Is it something that would be effective at that level? But getting more people on campus, on those eyes that are trained in what we want to do, to have around those students is never something we take lightly, and it's something that we want to, if it's able to be used, we want to implement. This is a schedule of the trainings that have occurred and will occur. The campus administration, the staff, the substitutes, the interns, the students and families. There will be parent night at the campuses, but also there is a presentation that is going to be sent out by our communications department to the families as well. That will be a precursor. If they can't make it to the parent night, it will give them the information that they will have missed in terms of safety protocols. The bus drivers, like we said, child nutrition, crossing guards, custodians, maintenance technicians, and parking lot and security monitors. A couple of the big aspects that we learned were, in the past, custodians weren't trained. It started with the substitutes, and then realized that the bus drivers, the monitors who are on the buses, we want to make sure everyone, like I said, who interacts with our children is trained properly.
So we won't go through each one of these, but ultimately, the trainings have either been provided or will be provided between now and mid-August to really make sure that the folks that need to be trained have been trained. Regarding technology and security systems for facility hardening, we've been working on the door ajar alarm system. That system is going to be active beginning tomorrow morning. Dustin, yeah. So tomorrow morning we're activating every school. We have had those active at the summer schools over the last several weeks, but tomorrow morning they will be live. That is an Avigilon system, so it's part of that overall management system that we have. There are a few remaining door release buttons that remain to be completed. There were some issues with hardware, and that will be completed prior to the start of school. We're also working on security plans, architectural floor plans. Our facilities department is working with PBK Architects who are providing services at no cost to get this updated, to update for the exterior door numbering that was brought up as one of the recommendations. We will have formal floor plans that are then distributed out that will be used at a later date for vulnerability study and to go to first responders. We'll also incorporate classroom window numbering as part of that process. So those processes are underway already, and we are starting to get those floor plans back from BBK Architects so we can get them distributed, which should allow us to get that process completed rather quickly.
And to keep you guys updated on what our summer plans have been, you all are aware of the mandate from the commissioner who came down for the summer partial audits. Just wanted to let you know that one of them was to have another safety committee meeting, and ours is scheduled for August 10th. So we will be reviewing our emergency operation plans then. In addition, we're very fortunate for the district we live in terms of the people that are going to throw their hat in when things have to get done. I know Paul's going to speak about it. But for the people that don't know, the summer safety audit was intensive, but it was needed to be done. So no one questioned it. The people we have working in our district are phenomenal. We get it done. So the exterior door assessments, every exterior door in our district had to be assessed. The door jambs, the locks, the handles, and the mechanisms of every exterior door are, as of today, every campus except the 3 of the educational village are done. This all has to be done before the start of school. So Thursday, the educational village will be done, and all of them will be done. And we have already begun circling back for any maintenance fixes that have to be done. The interior door, every interior door had to be checked for the same locks, hardware. They are all completed. So every single interior door has been assessed, and we've already circled back to make fixes on those as well. Drill scheduling, that was another one that we had to make sure we're going to have before the start of school with the implementation of Raptor software. We've presented it to the administration, where our principals have already started uploading their drills. Our department, like I said, backloaded it to make it easy for them. So we are actually going to circle back with the administrators to make sure to see if they have any questions to assist them on that. So a lot of the heavy lifting was done by a lot of people in here, but I know the doors are a big concern as opposed to everything else, but all the interior doors have been assessed and we're already fixing, and every exterior door in our district as of Thursday will be completed.
And we want to thank our maintenance and operations department who worked really hard on the interior. There's over 3,000 doors on the interior. Make sure that each one works and operates as it should. I don't remember what the percentage was that needed lubrication. It was 75%.
75%.
I think, that everyone, that they just turned in work orders immediately and circled back and got repairs made. Our facility services department working hard on the exterior door assessments and gate assessments. So, we couldn't have done it without them, and they worked really hard to get this done. So we appreciate the hard work. A few other safety enhancements I wanted to go over. Brian will talk about the card reader badges for substitutes. Some of these were brought up as questions last meeting. We wanted to clarify and give you an update on these.
So, as an update, we are increasing the number of badges for substitutes at the campuses. Those are the temporary badges, so they can access the badge card readers. We've already spoken to our technology department. They're already in the process of acquiring more of those badges, so we'll have them increased at elementary, intermediate, and high school. And then also, it was a great recommendation last time about community safety hotline. So we're in the process of developing that, and we will have one before the start of school of a hotline for community members if they see something to say something.
There's also the door and gate signage that was brought up that's really related to the community safety hotline. That will take us a little longer to get implemented. We'll most likely incorporate that into the door numbering and the window numbering since it's related types of work. And then the last last item is the elementary school SLO surge, which has been done over several years, where we bring in officers to every elementary school, the first 2 weeks of school, to really help with the first kind of rush and making sure that things run smoothly and that people feel secure. So we're going to be doing that again.
We're fortunate to live in a community, like I said, we do, is we get a lot of assistance from local law enforcement agencies on that to assist us, and they're more than happy to jump in to provide assistance to our SLOs.
So tonight's action items, we have 2 action items. The first one is to approve a contract amendment with Galveston County for the School Liaison Officer Program. You'll see the actual agreement amendment that's in the packet. All it does is just increase the number of officers by 5. There is a funding mechanism for this in the general fund, a funding amount needed for $425,000. And I know Alice is working to incorporate that into the budget presentation that comes to you at a later date.
And the amendment you have is the amendment we would come back with every August to review, but it's just like Paul said, it just has the increased 5 SLOs.
And thank you for that presentation, Mr. Miller and Mr. Palazzi. I'll open it up for questions or comments. Ms. Jecka?
I just want to start out by saying thank you. I know the parents and staff really appreciate the work that you and your team have done to keep them safe. Going back to the watchdogs, what does that training process look like and timeline? I know we have a lot of parents that are going to want to be at school those first few weeks of school. So how soon and what does that watchdog training look like to be able to get those parents in the schools?
So for a volunteer, what we want to do is that we want them to be aware of our standard response protocols. It would be watching a video and reading some literature during their online process, minutes. It's not an extensive, there's a lot of things that they wouldn't need to be trained on, but they're going to be in the buildings. We want to make sure they know if something were to happen, what's the protocol that we go through, our students and our staff. So I mean,
Are those online like now where they can start accessing them, or when is that going to open up for volunteers?
they're not on right now because there's a new platform that we have, and we're trying to be able to link it where they watch the video and they read literature, and then they can continue with the, we're currently working on it as we speak. So we're trying to get that up as soon as possible so that they're able to do it, because we know we had a lot of volunteers last year, and we know they're wanting to come back.
And my understanding is that that information will be provided as part of the back-to-school information that's sent out, and then also reinforced at the parent night. So I know our communications department is working on that.
Ms. Jack?
I'll go. Yeah, accountability measures of staff on one of the very first slides.
Yes, sir.
I know it says modified job descriptions. And you were talking about training literally everybody on a campus. Give me an example of somebody whose job descriptions y'all are modifying and how you're modifying those.
Specifically, a security monitor, where we want them, and they have been checking exterior doors, but now we're adding a accountability form that we're giving specifics. Okay, we need to make sure these are checked this many times. Here's a weekly form to check. So that doesn't specifically say that in their job description, so it's being modified slightly to do that. A custodian,
Right.
who we're asking now to check, making sure we're checking the gates. We're having an accountability on that they're checking the gates at the elementary school before the start of school to make sure that they're locked. It doesn't specifically state that, so I guess other duties is assigned, but we want it to be very clear.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you mentioned custodian, I mean, I'm thinking yes, that's kind of what I was hoping to hear was, everybody is doing their part to help the facility stay safe and secure. If a janitor's checking the gates, and yes, you have an accountability process in place, and hopefully the technology department one day works into an app and people can walk around the campus with a little iPad and check it in, right? And say, we've checked these 20 doors.
Yes, sir.
We're working on that.
And we're looking at everybody to help,
Right.
to the point of our crossing guards, they clock in at an elementary school in the mornings. We're asking them, just keep your eyes open. You know, are there gates open that you see? You know, we're not holding them accountable in terms of logging in, but it's just another set of eyes where we're there, we're on the campus. Are we making sure, are you seeing anything that is not right? Say something.
Were you Paul, were you gonna say something else?
I was just gonna mention that we're working with our HR department to make sure we identify the types of employees that would need these
Okay.
modifications and the language that we would use in the job description change.
Okay. And watchdogs again, and I made some notes, number of schools, number of volunteers, number trained, see how it goes. Because I do think this effort that, you know, you're talking about right now, we've had watchdogs on a number of campuses, but have we really quantified its effectiveness and how many people we actually have doing it? And I think it would be great for us as a district to be able to say, look, we've prioritized, I mean, you've got it right here as far as it's part of our safety measures. And we going forward, where we are today on the number of campuses that are, you know, using watchdogs, and 27 elementary schools, but out of our 47 campuses and 50 some odd facilities, you know, you're not going to have watchdogs at every one of them, but to keep those statistics on hand so we can gauge ourselves and put it out there to the community and say, we need more. You know, if we're, you know, number of schools, number of volunteers, then how many are actually trained? And as we go forward, and we may ask for an update in 6 months, you know, you can say, this is where we were August 1st, and here's where we are January 1st, and it would be great for us to hear, and I think the community listens as well, when you put those numbers out. And then the last bit was veterans. I know, after Uvalde happened, I had a number of veterans reach out to me and say, what can I do? And a lot of them, were retired, but really felt a calling to help. And I think there is a core group of people right there that you talk about high schools, you know, maybe the PTAs aren't as big, or maybe watchdogs, people aren't sure. Guarantee you put a guy in a, you know, Marine suit walking a campus, or, you know, you put a veteran on that campus, they're gonna know how to deal with a 17-year-old with attitude. Not that that's what we're asking them to do, but they're probably less likely to get it. So anyway, the veterans, you know, I think that may be an untapped resource that we could do more with, especially for those people, you know, and if we need to use them on the high schools, then so be it. But thank you, like Jessica said, thank you all very much for everything you're doing, and I look forward to where we're going.
Thank you, Mr. Petro. Mr. Sanchez?
Just a quick question. In the training for volunteers, I think in the past, we've talked about the importance of making sure that we include parents that volunteer as part of booster clubs, other student organizations that have after-school events, knowing that there are parents and volunteers in our campuses outside of the normal school day, and just thinking about what that looks like, just to make sure that they're also equipped with comparable training, or if it's an expectation. I think that might be new in some instances. I'm not sure how that translates at each campus, but I do think there are parents who don't always feel as aware or as confident about some of the protocols that would be helpful for us to include them in this practice.
I know the volunteer program that you actually go through the volunteer check and the background checks is the most accurate way of capturing. I'm not sure that every person that goes and helps a booster club necessarily goes through that. I'd have to kind of rely on Ryan to kind of give me information on that.
The volunteer program, the booster club is not part of the volunteer program, so every volunteer that comes online and registers goes through the background check. We've vetted those people that are coming into the building. But to your point is, I agree, the after-hour utilization of our campuses is concerning at times in terms of what if. So that is something that I want to get with our booster clubs. So whether it's through the coaches and ask them for their help, or getting the contact information for all the booster clubs at the high schools and the intermediates to do that, because I think it would be beneficial, yes.
Thank you.
I just did, Mr. President, just to mention that we do have a booster club training, that's universal, that every booster club has to send someone to. And that's done through the auditor, so we can maybe incorporate that and then replicate that with their booster clubs.
Good point.
Thank you, Dr. Engel. Any further comment?
I'll try to make this brief. What I was really struck with was just how responsive this all is. I know there's, I still keep hearing and seeing people in the district talking about Uvalde, and I am really struck with some of the differences here. Things like there they had a door where there was a request to get that door fixed for years. And we've gone through 3,000 doors here just this summer and fixed them. And that's, when you say that we're blessed in many ways, not just in the cooperation with the other law enforcement agencies around here, but we're blessed in many ways. And I really want to commend you on the work that you've done on this. One thing I did want to clarify, and that's the window numbering. That is, now my understanding is, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that for, to aid first responders in locating? Yeah, so that's another thing we're doing, that we're implementing that, probably a lot of people outside the district don't know about, but just to make things a little easier for our first responders. So thanks again, and appreciate all the good work.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowden?
Yeah, I'll just jump in really fast to say that I'm very impressed with how this has evolved as the summer's gone on, and y'all have continued to study this. I think you've been responsive, certainly to board input, but also to parent input and just events as well, to refine these changes. And so I'm very impressed with the committee's work and with everything you've put forward. And I think it shows a lot of work that's gone into it. Because you can see every time we've seen this, it's gotten better and better and better. And so I hope as we go into the implementation phase and onward, that we can normalize all these changes and make sure that they don't go away once the attention's kind of gone on to other things. So that's kind of my only concern going forward. But I'm impressed with these recommendations, and I really thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. And I just want to echo, just being part of the Sprint Committee, Mr. Sanchez and myself, the work that the committee did, those who helped facilitate, thank you for your time as well, because that happened during the summer. I know Captain Rivas ducked out, but Deputy Belmaris, thank you for, what you guys did in working with facilities and, our maintenance staff. Dr. Engel and I had a chance to address, maintenance when they came back a couple weeks ago, I think it is now. But I implore our parents, when you're at school, please get to know your SLOs. Speak to your maintenance staff. They know your kids. They see your kids, our custodial staff, et cetera. I relayed the message that, the ladies that worked at my boys' elementary, they were school mom, if they had a bad day, they knew to go to those ladies, and, they would get the proper attention that they might have needed that day. So get to know, because, these folks interact with your children. Also, I wanted you to speak to the 5 additional SLOs, if you could just explain what we did after Santa Fe in adding our 15 and where they were placed versus where these 5 are going to be placed.
Well, the 15 were placed, 5 were assigned to each of our comprehensive high schools. The remaining 10 were to be housed at our intermediate schools, but to support elementary schools that fed into that intermediate or high school. Over time, that became a significant challenge to fill and ensure daily presence, because certain clusters had up to 4 elementaries that they needed to go and support. Some had 2. These 5 will be combined with the 10 to ensure that no officer has more than 2 elementary schools to support. That will allow a significant increase in the daily presence of our SLOs on our elementary campuses, and it redistributes how those elementary schools are allocated.
Thank you for that, Mr. Miller. Seeing no further comment, I'll ask for a motion for item B.
Mr. President,
Mr. Sanders.
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve an amendment to the 2021-2024 interlocal government agreement for the school liaison officer program.
And thank you for that motion, Mr. Sanchez. Do I have a second? Ms. Checa?
Second.
Thank you for that second. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to item C.
This item is directly related to the additional 5 SLOs. It's a capital and contingency funding request to fund vehicles, patrol vehicles, and related equipment, including light bars and radios, for those 5 officers to get those orders placed, because with lead times, it can be pretty long. So that's a $350,000 request for capital and contingency.
And I'll also reiterate, I believe that training process is about a 4 or 5 month process to get those new deputies on board and get them integrated into our schools. So seeing no further comment, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Larson.
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve the use of capital projects funds for safe and secure schools-related projects.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Larson. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, we'll move on to item 10, personalized learning, 2021-2022 in review and looking ahead to 2022-2023. Navigate those crutches, come on.
Just one.
I'm gonna put you in the figure 4 to see if that's for real.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Madam Superintendent. I'm here to share with you our personalized learning review of last year and an update of this coming school year. This was scheduled for the June 27th board meeting, and that just ran long. You had an opportunity to hear from several of our campus and teacher leaders back in January, where they were able to share their experiences on campuses. It was an excellent board workshop, and we're appreciative of that presentation. So I just want to start off with sharing that this was a 21-22 superintendent target. Although it was a target for this last school year, this is really a work in progress, a continuation of our journey in personalized learning since 2014, when Dr. Silva led that work with a number of our staff members, really defining what personalized learning was, and beginning with what we called blended learning at the time. The result is to ultimately expand learning opportunities to foster growth for each learner through learning experience that inspires student achievement, agency, and growth. But how do we really define personalized learning? We have defined personalized learning as educators through targeting instruction, fostering collaboration and creativity, facilitating reflection and goal setting, and designing flexible learning pathways for each student. It is through this learning ecosystem that students receive a world-class education, and the key is that it's customized just right for them. So there's a lot of goal setting that you heard about the Leader in Me, where students set their own goals and their progress. This kind of fits in with that model, but expands it deeper. We had 10 schools that participated in this journey this past school year, with a deep dive into some learning experiences that I'll share with you momentarily. So again, these key 4 elements are the key or the core of this learning ecosystem through these 4 areas. This past school year, our 10 schools primarily focused on reflection and goal setting, and then each campus focused on a second area Many of them focused on targeted instruction with a handful at flexible path and pace. Less so at collaboration and creativity. So as we look at some of the major milestones, there are 4 major milestones or touch points. And the first begins with foundations. You'll notice different touch points called strategy sessions, district strategy, or foundations workshops, or professional learning academies, personalized learning academies. The strategies are district leaders, so that's why you see 10 attendees, and we rated that as 5 out of 5 on a Likert scale of 1 through 5. The foundations workshop, you see 68 attendees. That's the teams of teachers, teacher leaders, coaches, and principals or administrators from the 10 campuses, where they got to experience a personalized learning simulation, and they rated it highly effective. In all of these, you'll see a rating between 4.7 and 5.0. The next phase or milestone is plan and align. Begin with a learning walk in early October. We visited campuses. The interesting part about this learning walk is that we were just starting to learn the finer points of personalized learning, and so both the people who were doing the learning walks and the teachers that in the class we were going into, we know what we think we know, but we don't know what we don't know. And so there is no rating, but they did participate in learning walks and evaluating when we saw various gauge of each of those 4 key areas. The next was a district strategy session. Again, that was with district leaders coming together to plan the next phase of personalized learning. The third phase was of design and launch in November and December, and so they followed kind of these seasons. So during this time, there was Personalized Learning Academy 1 and a Coaches Academy. Personalized Learning Academy was the same 10 schools of teams with teacher leaders, administrators, and coaches. But then the Coaches Academy brought in all instructional coaches from throughout the district, K-12, including learning technology coaches and coach from the different content areas. And so they got to be immersed into an overview of personalized learning and create a coaching toolkit to support personalized learning. And 87% of them agreed or strongly agreed that it was well spent and effectively facilitated. The final phase is reflect and iterate, which was throughout the spring with 2 Personalized Learning Academy sessions and learning walks. And through those learning academies and learning walks, we saw an increase in how these teams perceived personalized learning and how effective they felt personalized learning was for their campuses. That last Personalized Learning Academy was to build knowledge and a plan for implementation and support through the end of the year and into this coming school year. And you see both of those ratings were at 4.8 and 4.9. Just a brief timeline. This kind of puts it all in one slide. You see the district strategy session was to district leaders, met 4 times during the year. The coaching sessions, there were 2 of those, one in the fall and one in the spring. Early winter and late spring. And then the sustained school support with the teacher teams. Personalized Learning Academy 4 is scheduled for August 2nd. And so we moved that so that it was just in time, right before school starts, and those teams will come back and really plan out the school year. So what are some key takeaways of personalized learning this past school year? Well, our teams rated the development, professional learning and development this school year as highly effective, 4.8 out of 5. When you have 80 people that are rating something and you get a 4.8 out of 5, that's pretty high. Across the 3 cycles from learning walks, it showed personalized learning instructional practices occurred more frequently and at more advanced levels as this school year progressed, especially for reflection and goal setting and targeted instruction. And of course, those are the 2 prime areas that most of our campuses focused on. I want to share with you a little video from Ross Elementary. It's a short 3 minutes, but I'm hoping this will bring it to life of what personalized learning looks like in the classroom. So you're going to press play.
Hi,
Hi, we're at Ross Elementary School in League City, Texas, part of Clear Creek ISD. We're going to visit second and fourth grade classrooms to look at what personalized learning looks like here at Ross Elementary. Come on, let's go.
This is Mrs. Gerondale, and she teaches fourth grade math.
5-6 is one part away from being a whole, right? In my class, we shape your success.
So all the green shaded is the questions that we got right, and the blank ones are that the ones we got wrong that we still need to work on.
Based from there, we use something called a playlist, and so they are able to plan out their week.
This is our weekly planning guide. This is what we do every day for working on our goals. So I have dream box.
When they feel like they're ready, like they've practiced and they are ready to, show mastery of that goal, they sign up for a conference with me, and I check in and I look at kind of what they've been working on independently, and then we do something called exit tickets.
I'm working on the 4.2G exit ticket, which is relating decimals to fractions.
And it's just a quick summer, like 4 to 5 questions, and they are rigorous questions, and so they have to show mastery on that goal.
And if you've mastered all your goals, you get to do creation corner where you can video yourself talking about a certain teak or like doing certain activities.
Most of the teachers interviewed are experienced teachers or ones who are refining their practice. This is not an experienced teacher. This actually is a teacher who has less than 5 years, and she volunteered for this journey, which makes it even more exciting.
Because I like the playlist where they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's no timer. Because I have kids that are pulled out. Some kids need a little bit more time to get their work done. Some kids get done fast. That's where you can get extensions in. And I would say like every single one of these students in here have gotten what they need. You tell him one thing you did well on.
Stopping at 3.
Okay, and what's one thing you want to work on?
Take a breath.
Okay. I walk in here in August, it wasn't like this. You have to fine tune everything. You have to try and see what works, and this is working.
It's good teaching, it's good practices, and so I feel like as a teacher that is coming into the personalized learning journey, just taking the things that you already do and just kind of refining those things that are working well in your class. I mean, there was things that I was already kind of doing, but I put that personalized learning twist on it, and so just using what you already have and, not trying to recreate the whole wheel.
I think that as you continue to grow this, you'll see where some parts go faster than others, and so it's just like we say in personalized learning, you want to assess and have checkpoints. I think you need to do that as well when you're implementing something like this. You also leverage your success, and it's not just all of the pretty stuff. It's actually the pieces that were hard, and we ensure that each time we come together, we show those first so we can see how far we've come. And it's a good shot in the arm and a reminder of why we are on this journey in the first place. So leveraging that success, intentionally celebrating, and then re-looking at, through assessment work, where do we go next?
Hi, we're at Ross.
So I want to thank Education Elements for coming in to produce that video and to capture it. For me, it's special because I've been in some of those classrooms where I had conversations with some of those students, and it's just, they make me chuckle and not just chuckle, but they're so inspirational. So the shading that you saw, some of the kids shading, that's goal setting because they were shading as they mastered their goals. The playlist that the teacher was talking about, that's the flexible path and pace. So students could not necessarily go in that order, but they could select which they were ready for that particular day. And then the exit tickets, it's a combination of goal setting and targeted instruction. That is true formative assessment. You can't buy formative assessments. Exit tickets are a great example of what that really means, of formatively assessing what students know or need assistance with. So as we move into this coming school year, personalized learning is again a superintendent target, and with the goal of expanding learning opportunities to foster growth for each learning, consistent student goal setting systems to increase reflection and ownership of learning, and learning opportunities to ensure each student achieves high levels of learning, which you saw all represented in that brief video. At this time, we have the 10 schools that were in wave 1 that will be continuing the second year of their journey. And then wave two, at least at this time, should be the 14 remaining elementary schools, plus the 3 robotics coding computational thinking schools. Those schools will be doing a combination of RCC and personalized learning, so there'll be specialized professional learning for them as related to personalized learning. I'm not going to go through everything on this slide, but just to show that there will be ongoing support, sustained support for the Wave 1 schools in their second year. The Wave 2 support for schools that are in this, starting this journey this year, and we'll continue our district strategy sessions and then the 2 coaching sessions. So I would like to give a special thanks to Ms. Hughes and Dr. Silva for their expertise and for facilitating so many of the meetings and the planning that goes into this. This doesn't happen just with a snap of a finger. It's a lot of work involved, and thankful for that. Be happy to answer any questions or comments, or listen to any comments that you might have.
Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Bayard. I will open it up for questions.
Yeah, I see that this has been building for a while. I mean, this is really, it's been ongoing for a couple of years now. 3 or 4 years, I'm not sure, but it's been going on a while. And there's been just a tremendous amount of work building this. And one thing that I kind of struck me as I'm watching this presentation, so much of this builds on what we've already done. What's our process like for onboarding someone who comes into the district and may not be familiar with our style of doing this?
Right, so it begins when new teachers arrive, and not just teachers, but also our principals and leaders, as we've had shifts among campuses. There'll be some onboarding within these Wave 1 and Wave 2 Personalized Learning Academy sessions, and then some other sessions on the side, and pairing them up with other teachers or leaders to share experiences and get caught up. But personalized learning is interesting because even though someone hasn't necessarily been through it, when you are a teacher next to another teacher who's immersed in the work, you see what's happening and you want to be a part of it. And we've seen that over the years. And so that's an easy way of onboarding.
And I was just going to piggyback off that and say, I like the tie-in to our strategic plan that references personalized learning. I know the theme last year was Ignite Learning for All. So, the professional learning communities, is another way that we incorporate that, and looking at how the effect it had, on learning this past year. I'm excited to see what this year holds as we work into, year 2. So, once again, thank you to all the teachers, all the staff that have put in a little extra time to kind of make this happen for our students. So.
Thank you for mentioning that, because the professional learning communities are certainly another key area where teachers are planning together, and it's a quick way of getting immersed into the work. And then the instructional planning days that are built in the calendar will also help to facilitate that immersion into the work.
Mr. Sanchez?
Dr. Barrett, on the information that you shared about the feedback through the assessments that were done, I saw the numbers of responses. Does that represent 100% of the teachers that participated, or do you have a sense of what that response rate was?
It does, and so for the personalized learning academies, on average, I think it was about 70 participants. That included the principals, coaches, or teacher teams, or coaches that were in part of those teams that went through the personalized learning academy sessions throughout the year.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further comment, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bayard.
Thank you.
And with that, the board will move back into closed session at 9 p.m. And I call the board back into open session at 10:30 PM. Do I have a motion on action item 8A?
Mr. President,
Mr. Larson?
I move we consider the resolution of the CCISD Board of Trustees regarding the election contest.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Do I have a second?
Mr. President, I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. I will open it up for any question or comment.
Mr.
Bowen?
President, yes. What this resolution does is it basically commits the district to spending $25,000, which is the deductible on the insurance policy, and then anything that TASB grants beyond that point on the defense of Ms. Cheka in the election contest. And this gives me pause for a lot of reasons. We've spent hours in our closed session with Ms. Cheka's attorneys, all three of them, being told over and over again why this is okay. But there's no getting around several important facts. One is that we are making a contribution to a private person's defense of a lawsuit. This is not a lawsuit in which the district is a party. We are asserting an interest in this case, or we are saying that through this resolution that there would be a public purpose served by defending her, by using taxpayer money to do so, but we have made no attempt through the courts or through any sort of legal process to actually formally assert an interest in this case. We have assumed that the law doesn't allow us to do so, but we've made no actual attempt. And the reason for that is basically that TASB has told us they don't want us to. So there are two Attorney General opinions that tell us that what is being contemplated here is not allowed, one from 1987, one from 1997, and we can't find any case of any entity that conducts elections, whether city, county, school district, MUD, or otherwise, spending money in this way on behalf of a candidate. We still have no idea whether this creates any campaign finance obligations for Ms. Cheka, whether this has to be reported as a contribution in kind and from who, because again, it is a campaign expenditure. There were a couple of speakers who came before us in public comment to make a point that I agree with, which is that I think most people looking at a lawsuit like this, definitely myself, would look for options to defend against it through their campaign. I know if I had been sued in this election by one of my opponents in an election contest, I would find an election attorney, I would raise money or use my own money just like I did during the campaign, and that's how I'd go about it. It would never occur to me to look to the taxpayers or to TASB, which is an entity that is not supposed to be involved in politics at all, to pay for what is essentially a political defense. This is a part of the election process, and if we as a district want to be involved, then we should be involved as a separate party from Ms. Cheka because we have separate interests from Ms. Cheka. Our interest as a district is to make sure the correct person is elected, whoever won the election, in whatever way the facts may lead. And so there could be a point in time, based on the facts of the case, where the district's and Ms. Cheka's interest would diverge. And if that happened, then we would be up a creek ethically, because now we're paying for attorneys who are ultimately working for her, not for us. And so there are a lot of reasons this gives me pause. I don't think this is a wise course of action without either more research or an Attorney General opinion supporting it. What we're doing is unprecedented, and I would urge all the other board members to join me in voting not to approve this resolution.
Sorry, I'm going to interject. The language of the motion needs to be if there's interest in approving the resolution, specific to not just considering taking action on it and approving the resolution. I just wanted to.
So we'll have to amend that.
Yeah, the motion was to consider the resolution.
Yeah.
Point of order. Is he our attorney now?
So, the motion, it could be amended to clarify the intent was to approve the resolution.
Mr. President, I would like to, if we could, I would like to move to amend that motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you for that amendment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. Are there any other comments?
Well, don't we have to vote on the amendment?
To the resolution?
No, to amend the motion.
To amend the motion?
Yeah.
Correct. All in favor of the amendment of the original motion, please raise your hand. All right. Next, I'll open it up for comment.
Okay. I came to this meeting with the exact same reservations that Trustee Bowen had, and I'm not very happy about this at all. What became clear to me in our hours of discussion was that the district definitely has an interest in the outcome of this case. There's no questioning that. We got estimates of around $114,000 that this would cost us if we had an unfavorable resolution. That would be the cost of holding a new election. Clearly, we need, as an entity and as responsible stewards of the taxpayers' money, we need some method of getting due process. We need to be able to have the interests of the district represented. And this was the sticking point. We discussed this over and over, and ultimately, where we ended up appears in this resolution, and I'll skip down to near the very end, where it says, now therefore be it resolved by the CCISD Board of Trustees that the public purpose of CCISD is served by examining, ensuring, and if necessary, defending the integrity of its trustee elections, for which the governing body of the school is responsible, and the board is not aware of any other mechanism whereby that examination can take. Now, there's a few more paragraphs that go on to specify what we're doing, but I think that's the heart of it. There's no other. The question was asked repeatedly, how do we get in front of a judge to talk about this? And there was no other way that 5 attorneys could think of other than to represent Ms. Cheka in her case. And so that took us to the Attorney General opinion from 1987. And Jim Maddox was the Attorney General back then. And that opinion is based on the notion that no public entity would have any interest in this sort of a contest. But clearly, we have a pecuniary interest, if nothing else, and we also have other interests as well that we discussed at length. So I'm very frustrated by this. I'm upset by it. I don't like this. I wish there was some other way to do this. Now, Trustee Bowen talked about getting us in as just representing ourselves as a party in this thing. And again, the 4 attorneys that were there, plus the one that was not there, couldn't find a way to do that. That's very frustrating to me. If that's what the legislature intended, then they intended to expose every government entity to being forced against their will to have endless elections over and over and over again. I can't think that's what they really wanted. So perhaps Mr. Maddox is right. Maybe we can't do this. I think he's wrong. I think his opinion is wrong. But regardless, the only way we can even get this in front of a court to have it discussed is to go down this route. Again, I would love to have more time. We don't have the luxury of time. I would love to ask General Paxton, and I think we should still pursue that. I would like to have that on the agenda for a follow-up meeting to ask Attorney General Paxton for his opinion on this matter. But since the court will move more quickly than the Attorney General's office will, I don't see an alternative but to seriously consider this. And that's why I very, very reluctantly am going down this path.
Thank you for that comment, Mr. Larson. Is there anyone else?
Mr. President,
Mr. Sanchez?
I appreciate Trustee Bowen and Trustee Larson's comments. Because it is important to the district and to the community, I think we spent time exploring what the possibilities are. Based on decisions that were made and actions that were or weren't taken in a more timely fashion following the election, there are things that automatically rule themselves out for us to consider as a board without us having to commit additional resources to support understanding the integrity of the election. At the end of the day, we recognize the importance of the integrity of the process and of the election, and ensuring that as trustees we serve based on elections that are run correctly and that are accurate in the results and the counts. Regardless of whether we agree with the results or not, any future elections, it's important to all of us, I believe. I won't speak for all of the trustees, that any future election and elections past are followed in the intent that is set forth by law. And the discussions that we have had led us to believe that this is the path that we have from a district perspective to ensure that we feel confident that the integrity of the elections were followed. So this is definitely a point of interest. It's a point of discussion. It should be something that we continue to focus on, because future elections depend on us knowing that the integrity of the process is what it is. Unfortunately for us, we're limited based on how the statute and how law is written and who has to be named in this type of lawsuit. It is not our preference that it would be that way, but at the end of the day, it's in the district's best interest to ensure that we have followed a process that allows us to focus on the integrity of the election. And so I just would offer a different perspective of things that I also know are important beyond this, and think it's important for the community to understand that our preference would not be to go down this path. It is the path that we have in front of us, given the time constraints and the process that's been followed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ms. Davis?
Yeah, this is a horrible position that we find ourselves in. By attaching CCISD's name to this litigation, we attach our name to one candidate's defense. There's a perception there that the district is choosing sides. I find it hard to believe that there's not another way that we as a district can defend the integrity of our elections without having to attach our name to one or the other candidate's litigation. We need a second opinion. The opinion, as Mr. Bowen said, we got was from the attorneys recommended by TASB, who are presently representing Ms. Jecka. know that there's a time constraint. I know that there's a time concern, but I don't think that we should allow that to preclude us from doing some more due diligence. I would be very angry if we find out later that there was some other avenue that we could have followed, but we were not told that by Ms. Jecka's attorneys. As we've had some problems with elections in the district in the last few years, the district needs to have Galveston and Harris counties run our elections. The counties have employees who work year-round to do nothing but facilitate elections. They are far better qualified to run an election than CCISD is. Ms. Jecka's attorney, one of them, mentioned that it is very rare for a district to run their own elections nowadays. If we had not just bought brand-new election equipment before the end of its useful life, we could easily afford the new election that we will likely have to have. The attorneys can assure us that we're not going to have a new election anyway. The odds don't look very good for there not to have to be another election. And in that next election, the voters will have perceived that CCISD has backed one candidate over the other with this action. It's a horrible position that we're in, and I would like to get a second opinion before we commit to such a what could turn out to be a very grave mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'd like to have a few words. Is that all right?
Mr. Gaudreau?
You know, the word integrity has been used, and that's, I think, the thing that we need to remember is that preserving the integrity of everybody who wants to run for this seat. Not everybody has the means to pay for the defense, or not everybody has the means to pay for a big campaign. But if your heart's in it for the right reason, you should be able to hold this seat and not fear of the bully with the money and the people coming after you to, force you to give up a seat that, the voters have voted you in for. The bottom line is that the relief seat by the individual who filed the lawsuit cannot be fulfilled by the other individual. It can only be fulfilled by the district, and that forces the district to, in essence, become a party to defend the integrity of the election. I cannot speak for everybody up here, but I do think that we all want full transparency in the elections that we approve. And it is our responsibility to make them better if there's flaws in it, or outsource if that becomes the means necessary. But we're in this situation, we have to make a decision. We have to protect everyone, not one candidate, not one individual, but anybody who's a member of PTA, anybody who wants to run for the seat, no matter where you live and what your means are, you should have your right to run for this seat and not worry about those financial problems that could come if somebody doesn't like how the results turn out. We're doing this for everybody. And I say we, it's whoever chooses to support the motion, whoever chooses to support funding the deductible. It's also the fiscal responsible thing to do because, as one other trustee mentioned, there are estimates that a new election will cost the taxpayers between $60,000 to $120,000, $114,000. And if Ms. Cheka does not challenge it, which I have no idea whether she financially can or not, But if she chose not to, then basically we all roll over, we accept the claims. You never find out if they were true or not, and the taxpayers will foot the bill of $60,000 to $114,000. So it is our responsibility to make sure that, for all transparency reasons, the election was held properly and votes were counted, and the right person is sitting in that seat at the end of the day. Thank you.
And thank you for those comments. Mr. Bowen?
Sure. I mean, there is a way to become a party to the lawsuit, which we are not right now, and that is to ask the court to become a party to the lawsuit, which we have not attempted. Not because the law says we can't. We've not attempted it because TASB told us we can't. TASB's risk management fund says that they will not cover us if we're a party on our own to the lawsuit. They'll only cover us if we are defending Ms. Cheka. And so, which begs the question for me of when TASB started getting involved in politics in that way. And I think that's dangerous on a whole nother level. I mean, the reason we are in the TASB risk pool to begin with is to defend against risks to the district. And so if we can assert an interest for the district, then we should do that before a court, not just decide that we have one and jump into a private lawsuit. Again, we have two opinions already. We have an opinion from 1987, we have an opinion from 1997, and from what we can tell, nobody felt the need to argue with it ever since. This scenario that we're going to have it's going to be the Wild West of election contests. This law has been on the books for, if it went into effect in 1986, it has been on the books for 37 years, and that hasn't happened. And again, from what we can tell, no entity, city, county, district, MUD, anything, has felt the need to jump in this way, except for two, and both of them were told by the state that they were in the wrong. Nobody has told me anything different from that. And so I think we are taking a lot more risk than we realize. I think we are weighing in on a political contest using taxpayer money, and not only is it wrong, it could be illegal, and I think it's also an excellent point that if there is a new election, then that new election will have been tainted by our past involvement for going in behind one candidate from the beginning. So I think for those reasons and the ones that I said before, we should not do this, or at least take more time before we make a decision like this.
Mr. President?
Mr. St.
I appreciate Mr. Bowen's comments. I would offer that the integrity of the election is important regardless of who the candidates are, and the district's decision based on the circumstances that we are in is ultimately to ensure that at the end of the day, the process that was followed for the last election that's in question is one that the district can assure the community that was followed correctly. And so I do think that is important. It is not to back a candidate, it is to ensure a process that is consistent and transparent and has the integrity that we would expect as a district for the community that ultimately is voting, regardless of who they are voting for. And so I do think it's an oversimplification to say that we're simply backing a candidate and that would impact future decisions, whether there's a need to have another election, if there are things that are found that are not correct. I do believe we have had some discussion about that, and I do think it goes back to the process and the integrity of the election. I'm not sure of another way for us to be able to do that. I don't believe there is another option than for the district to expend funds and resources, taxpayer dollars, in order for that to happen. I don't believe that there was a request for a recount within the time frame that was allotted that would have provided some insight and information to the district sooner. And I do think that based on decisions that were or weren't made, this is the position we find ourselves in. It is about the integrity of the process. It's not about the individual candidates.
Mr. President,
Mr. Larson?
I would love to have a second opinion, and I would love to have more time. It is my understanding that our next meeting is in 2 weeks, and that is too late. That would mean that if we are going to seriously entertain getting a second opinion, we need to hold a special meeting. Now, if anybody on this board can come up with a plan for getting another opinion contrary to the ones we've heard, in that time frame, and allowing us to make a decision within, I'd say, about a week's time, I would move to do that.
And I'll ask the question of our in-house counsel. We've had,
Our board council has weighed in. I don't know what other council.
and I know our outside counsel weighed in as well. And then now the TASB appointed counsel has weighed in.
So I really don't know who else to go to seek another opinion. And get that opinion and let you next time. I think we have analyzed the situation from a legal standpoint as best.
And that, I do respect that, and that's why I threw it open to the rest of the board. I mean, there's 7 of us here, and, well, 8, and maybe one of us knows an attorney or two. I don't know.
Ms. Davis?
I think another special session could be called. I think we could certainly find some attorneys to give us another opinion. And if I had another attorney's opinion, I would certainly feel more comfortable in voting for this resolution. Again, we're told that it's got to be now, it's got to be tonight. It doesn't. It doesn't. We can call a special session and meet with 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 attorneys and see if their opinions are exactly the same. This is, and I absolutely want to get Attorney General's opinion on this. And what if his opinion comes back after we've done all of this that, no, you can't do what you just did? Again, since there's no legislation or anything to indicate that we can do what we're doing, it gives me a lot of concern to go down that road. I would be happy for another special session with us to bring whatever attorneys we would choose to in to give us their opinion on this. I would feel so much better with a second opinion rather than just what I've been told in the 5 hours that we've been here with Ms. Jecka's attorneys.
Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, and that's an important point too, is coming into this meeting, we had no idea what we would be told, what we would be voting on. We had never seen this resolution language before until about 5 hours ago, which is how long it's been. Everything we've heard about, we've had no opportunity to seek counsel of our own. Everything we've heard about this has been from attorneys for the party whose defense is being funded. The very attorneys who will actually be funded out of the funding that we are about to decide. And that's not to say that they have any financial interest in this, but we've had no opportunity to find counsel that is independent of the situation of our own, or that we might know, or that could be provided for us. We have to trust what we're being told about what the options are that are being put in front of us. And nobody that we know of in this situation is completely neutral. So, I mean, Ms. Cheka's attorneys are the attorneys of record for her, not for the district, not even for TASB. They are working for her by the Texas ethics rules. And so, I don't know. This is, we went from 0 to voting for this funding with no opportunity at all. I mean, we have not left, except to go to the bathroom one time, I have not left this 150-foot radius since this was brought to my attention. And so, I don't think it would be a responsible thing to vote for, especially if no one's been able to tell me without at least taking a very deep breath that we're not creating criminal liability for ourselves. So, I think I've said about all I can on this, and if y'all are determined to move forward with this, then you can vote that way. But I think it is, I think this is hasty, and I think this is something that we have had the opportunity to receive information about for the last nearly 2 weeks, and we have not until about 5 hours ago. And so for those reasons, I mean, I don't know if a motion to postpone to a special session would be in order, or if we should just vote no and call a special session later and have something different to vote on. That's probably a better course of action. But I don't think it's responsible to vote on this tonight.
And I can appreciate that, comment, Mr. Bowen. As our audience can see, a very, divisive issue before us. I will say that, the 6 of us, because Ms. Cheka recused herself, the 6 of us, obviously had discussion on this. I feel, as stated before by Mr. Larson, Mr. Sanchez, and Mr. Cottrell, that, if there were any other avenue, and I think that's what took us the longest to sit back there and talk about, is any other avenue that we could go through. But this resolution is that avenue to insert the district into it. I think that the suit called into question, the integrity of the district, the integrity of its elections. I think it would be irresponsible for us not to pursue and actually find out if those allegations are true or not. So, with that being said, I appreciate everybody's comments and everybody back there. It is not an easy decision. That's why we sit in these seats. That's why, you're going to have half of the people praise you. You're going to have half of the people talk about you. And that's just a fact. So, with that being said, Ms. Davis?
Yeah, again, we've been in here for 5 hours hearing only one opinion. There is another option. We do not have to decide this tonight. We do not have to decide this tonight. So much of what seems, my perception, what I see get pushed through is under the guise of, well, there's a deadline. We have to decide this now. We've had 5 hours to hear one opinion. This is a very, very important vote. I would like to make a motion that we table this item until we've had a chance to call another special session.
Point of order. So a motion to table, and I think this would not overturn that motion, but a motion to table doesn't have a definite time period on it, but under our board operating procedures, any tabled item that we conclude a meeting with is automatically put on the agenda for the next meeting, whenever that happens to be. So would it be acceptable to have a motion to table, just with the understanding that whenever our next meeting is, whether it's a special meeting or a workshop or a regular meeting, it will be on the agenda for that meeting.
I'm fine with that. I feel like I need a little more time outside of this building to talk to some other attorneys and see if that is the general consensus. If it is the general consensus, I'll vote yes, but I don't feel like I've been given that opportunity.
So we will, I guess, you made the motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Bowen seconded, so we'll vote on the motion to table to either our next scheduled meeting, whether it's a workshop or any other special meeting. So with that being said, any further comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And all opposed. So that does not pass. So next, we'll move on to Mr. Larson's amended motion to pass the resolution. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And all opposed. So that does not pass. So I think, seeing no further business before the board, I'll adjourn our meeting at 11:07.